Okay, we're back with more Fez. I don't know that I'm going to do 100% of the post game. It's a lot and starts to get really, really intense at some point. So we'll see how today goes and then see if I want to keep going after this. Game's a bit loud. Let me turn it down a hair here. Oh. There we go. $114.5%. It's cute. Oh, so I can't do continue games. So is New Game Plus what I need to do to progress? Got an anime channel in my Discord if you're interested. Let's see, does this remember? How much of this does this remember? Okay. So this is the main way to progress then is New Game Plus. There are you. Today is a special day. Oh, okay. So this is a necessary progression. It's very crazy dynamic contrast in the audio. So I could translate this, but I feel like it would take forever. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother. This gives you a chance to see the text again once you probably know the answer. Yeah, that works. I ended up doing that with Tunic once I figured out the language, just looked up the translated pages. Save time. So gonna stack a second Fez on my existing Fez, that would be pretty funny. That's cute. Yeah, I figured. If y'all are able to quickly get translated text from any screen, feel free to just put it in chat because I know how to translate it. It would just take a ton of time to track it down. It's really funny. What? You gotta be fucking kidding me. That's funny. Who knew? I guess it makes sense that was always possible. Weird head. Everything looks okay from here. Thanks for the hand. You can go home now. Very nice to meet you. You can actually press delete on that screen and do anything. Usually they pull the fake out crash title screen thing so early. That's completely ridiculous. Really cool. They have no keys. Gotcha, thank you. I like the way this screen is meant to teach you about some of the shenanigans of you need to use your rotation to move around. Oh, shit. Is this like objective reality? Oh. So, what we got here? That room is completely not worth going to. That room's not worth going to. Yeah, that's pretty great. I don't know if there's anything past here. I'll just pop in and look around real quick to see if I can tell. Never did solve the throne room, right? That's where I did the one puzzle where like overlaid the command. Stuck in this room forever. Maybe I can do it now somehow. I don't know what first person actually affords me. Oh, it only gets cleared when the other throne room is solved, I guess. Thanks for confirming. I spent forever here earlier trying to figure out what to do, and I had no idea. Can't move in first person. There's more up in the ceiling somewhere, but... Can I still not do anything in this room? Assume first person is just going to help for like finding puzzle clues on walls or whatever. Try checking out the special owl room. Okay, thanks. One explicitly does not turn its head. I don't know, the floor is interesting. I've seen those little worshipping icons before. I suspect I still can't do anything in the owl room either. I feel like this has to be a code from another room that has the owl on it, so I know to bring it here. This one is solvable. Was it solvable before I got the first person ability? Oh, they have a little thing over their heads. Okay. Right, right. Right, left. It's kind of cool. Right, right. Cool. That's cool. Now, if you knew the code in that room from a previous playthrough or from looking it up, or if you just guessed it, would it still accept it even if you didn't have access to first-person view? Or are you literally gated from entering it? Let's see. I like this phase of the game, and I like that it involves revisiting areas you've been to, but I wish that those rooms showed as gold before New Game Plus and then changed to white. I guess, I don't know, maybe that gives away the fact that it must use a new ability, but it just feels icky to tell you, yeah, there's an unsolved puzzle in this room and it'd be literally impossible to do it, you know? It's unfortunate. Don't know how I feel. Oh, that's interesting. Shit. Right, water. Even if I wasn't screenshotting, I would just rotate a bunch and write it down every time I saw one. Yeah, those would be nice, I think, if they did it where It was all like the throne puzzle where you could technically see it, but it was really annoying, and the first person made it significantly less annoying. Should go to the lighthouse. Is there an exit from this room? It's in that wall over there. Let's not. To get up there originally. Okay, I've taken every exit from this room and just haven't solved this room itself. Oh, cute. Alright, down, right trigger, down, left trigger, down, right trigger, left trigger, down. Oh, is it like, it's like rotated some way? Down, right trigger, down, left trigger, down, right trigger, left trigger, down, down, right trigger, down, left trigger, down. Do it on this or something? Down, right trigger, down, left trigger, down, right trigger, left trigger, down. Do it the opposite, down, left trigger, right trigger, down, left trigger, down, right trigger, down, or is it up, left trigger, right trigger, up, or up, right trigger, up, whatever. Yeah, that makes sense. I just wish there was a way to know that the earlier stuff wasn't actually solvable yet. It would be cool if they included some kind of like universal rotation information, like have like a little dot somewhere to tell you in the bottom left to say you're looking at it the right way. I know that there is that information in the sense that, well, no, because there's ambiguity as to whether it's read right to left or left to right depending on when you find it, right? You can tell that when it's on a sign top to bottom that you have to rotate it 270 degrees clockwise. Anyway. Go back there. Get a preview for those. Candle room. Basically the logo, right? think that contained any instructions. I mean, might be a letter there. Is it solve the maze? Because that would be really mean. Where's the entrance? You have to know which way faces forward. You go like right, down, left, up, etc. This room's completely solvable based on the information I have available to me. I guess I could screenshot this thing and try to mess around with it, but it's hard to get the whole thing in one view. I'd find the best place to stand to try to screenshot the whole thing. This room, and this room alone, is completely impossible to solve within the game. Flames on the side of my face. Is it like another ARG room that people had to figure out? This game's making me learn some interesting things about my own taste that I hadn't appreciated before. I think that, like, ARG stuff is completely fine, but it needs to be very clearly conveyed that a human being, a single person, is not intended to solve this on their own, right? Like, it exists in WoW, but... What the fuck? This is funny. When they do it in WoW, it's really clear that it's not the same as the rest of the content. Okay. Seizure warning, y'all. Sorry. Yeah. Feel my VOD size exploding. This has to look like nonsense on stream right now. I started doing the Twitch stream at 1080p, even though that's not recommended at the bitrate I use, just because it keeps the scale crash in OBS from happening that the OBS team hasn't been able to figure out yet. So it's normally fine for most games, but it probably looks like just absolute shit right now. Alright. Yeah. I would advise that. Breaking block this late is quite mean. Wonder what's actually going on, given that you can see them all in first person like this. How they're actually changing. 1 second, sorry. Oh, that was much easier than the other darkness room. Interesting. So, what is the candle room solution? If it's not solvable in game, I'm fine with people just telling me like what it is. Just satisfy my own curiosity. Yeah. Treasure map I have with half the solution. Oh, is it the one that's burned? This one? Oh, yeah. So that just lets you know wherever the other half of it is that it has the solution on it. Which you physically can't see because it doesn't rotate around. Wait, oh, there it is. I see. Okay, I see the first half of the code. So were they intending to include the other half of the code somewhere, and it just got cut from the game or something? People still don't really know how it was intended to be solved, and Phil Fish hasn't been forthcoming about it. I thought I'd check the back of most of these. Kind of wish there was one really straightforward treasure map just to kind of like keep the idea that you can do anything with treasure maps in your mind. Interesting. This one didn't get brute forced. So is this one supposed to be like, let me try to talk it out with y'all, like just trying to tell me like, okay, with the arrows pointing at the P, you were facing it this way, this is what the code has to be, and then we can see the rest of the pattern if we look at it and deduce what the rest of the code must be based on the rest of the pattern just being the same thing, but it's not the same thing that inverted. It's got an extra line in the middle, right? If you want to just tell me the code for this one, that's okay, just to mark it complete, but it's kind of cool what they were going for with this puzzle. Yeah, I think it's completely symmetrical, except the opposite side has a dash on it. Maybe the dash exists so that you can distinguish the part that's on the burnt part of the map versus the unburnt part of the map. But otherwise, it's just showing you, hey, take this code and rotate it so that it would match this opposite shape that's symmetrical to it, right? I'll take a stab at solving that real quick. Hold on. So, oh. Stand somewhere less stupid. There's a forum pose where the second code was discovered. But of course the link is dead. Oh, link rot. And then the code they give me is God, the rotations. Okay. Right. It's so weird that when you try to take a screenshot of the game, it takes a screenshot of the pause screen instead of the game. Okay, give me 1 second. So, first things first. We do this. It's just flip horizontal, right? Yeah. Okay. So really what we got to do is we got to flip this horizontal. And that, I think, gets us the code. Well, no, because then the line's coming out on the wrong side, right? It's supposed to be a P. Can I get a P here? How was the monolith puzzle supposed to be solved? Oh, fuck that. Jesus. Yeah, that is a, wow, that is an ARG then. That is not intended for a normal person to just solve through normal play. So what, just to explain what I was going to try to do, I thought, oh, okay, well, this shows me half of the pattern, right? Now it is flipped. Because when I flip the page over, I get the back of it, and presumably this corresponds to this. Although I guess the square is the same, so maybe flipping it over, you're not supposed to do a 180-degree translation, but Fez requires you to do that kind of translation constantly, so you'll excuse me for assuming that. So what I thought was going on is they were saying, look, here's half the solution, and then the bottom corner of the solution is just looking at the in-game thing and being like, oh, it's just the same pattern, it's just rotated up, like diagonally. It's this, but like this or something, right? Probably. Is that right? It might be. Yeah. Yeah, so to me that makes sense, right? You do that, and then you do this. And so my theoretical solution would be this and then this. But you're saying it has to do with the date that Fez was released? Holy Jesus. Yeah, aiming at being 60% synchronized with Phil Fish's brain when you had to be 98% synchronized. This game is brilliant. It's really good. It's got some really cool ideas. I understand how important it is, but man. And even the you need to know the release date of the game thing is cool as an ARG concept that someone could conceivably figure out or try, but I don't know. I think maybe the global solution, the thing that would make me be fine with it is that he made the game and then he play tested it with a bunch of people, and then the people like selected from the group of people who play tested it, the people who got really interested in solving the hard puzzles, and then like recorded the solutions they attempted and like asked them, okay, why did you arrive at that solution? And if they told him something like, oh, I thought it was this and then this, he'd be like, oh, okay, well, that's not what I was thinking, but that's reasonable. And because it was reasonable, if you put that in, you put it in, and then maybe it gives you another hint that maybe gets you to the date, right? Instead of it just requiring you to make like 7 leaps of logic, at least give me a little bit of a cookie for trying something. Is the reasonable part just the code itself, or? Oh, is it a different one? Oh, is this telling me the code because there's candles in it for a different room? Oh, okay. Gotcha. No problem. Just this regular code. So one, oh, shit. I guess theoretically the arrows help you to see the reading order if you haven't figured that out by this point. That point, I'm like, there's no way it's that simple. I would have given up without trying that. Wait, down. Hold on. Sorry. It's down, left trigger, down, jump, up, right trigger, down, up, or if I got the rotation wrong, which is possible, down, up, RT, down, jump, up, LT, up. Oh, is it possible to stand on the square? Okay, I definitely wouldn't have figured that part out. Jeez. Is that where that block is, basically? Yeah, that makes sense. How precise does it want you to be here? I think if it made like a da-da-da, like error noise if you had it but you were missing one component, that would help me a bit. What am I doing wrong? I feel like I'm standing on it. Down, left trigger, down, jump. Up, right trigger, down, up. Or down, up, right trigger, down, jump. Up, left trigger, up. Does it care about my initial rotation, maybe? Up. Wait. What is it? In one universe, does it start with up? I've always been able to just look at it and then rotate it like this. Unless if it's the goddamn... Unless if I am having to account for the thing being flipped from the other side. No, that's up, down. Up, right trigger, up. A, down, left trigger, up, down. Okay, what the fuck? Hold on. Did I maybe accidentally have it rotated from when I was testing it earlier and then left it rotated without realizing it? That's possible. Right, so 2, 3, up, right trigger, up. Oh, yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, when I was trying to do the puzzle solution earlier, I had flipped it because I assumed that it wanted me to care about flipping because I had to turn this whole page around, right? That was the problem. Got it. Thank you. Oh, that just gives me the monolith. And then there's a crazy puzzle for this. If this number cast a shadow into the third dimension, it would read this. Holy fuck. That's a short enough code that I feel like people would have had to just figure it out, right? The tome has a symbol in the fourth dimension. Or the fourth dimensional. A fourth dimensional object would cast a three-dimensional shadow, the monolith. Okay, but they eventually worked out the logic, which did exist. You need to stand somewhere for it to work. Still on the square, I guess. Okay. Weird. I need to watch that indie game documentary again. I don't think he talks about this stuff in Fez at all. Or maybe he does, and for people who just thought that Fez was the cute little rotation platforming puzzles without any of the, like, crazy mind-bending fourth wall shit, might explain his attitude about it, but... Okay, I haven't done that room yet. I still would have screwed that one up just from not knowing to stand on the square. Like, despite the arrows pointing at that, I thought that would have been like an orientation clue or something. Yeah, I agree. I think that the screen should turn gold if everything that's reasonable is done. And then there should be like a little blue dot for something crazy, and then a little pink dot for something that you're not going to solve without getting on the internet, right? And then turn the frame from gold to blue if you do the crazy thing, the anti-cube thing, and then turn it to pink if you do the ARG thing. I think that would be completely reasonable. Yeah, so that reduced the number of things they would try. That makes sense. Reduce the possibility space for the answer, basically. Okay, so I think I tried doing this one before with the bird and landed on like a invisible platform, so I'm gonna check these. Is this what this means? Is this conveying an invisible platform to me somehow, one of these? It's not the right shape. It does seem to be what it can show you is secret platforms. Like you'd kind of have to like leap of faith it regardless, just because maybe the trick is that the secret platform is always somewhere where it's always somewhere where you would be unlikely to jump for it, right? Something that only exists from one perspective, it seems like. think I can use that to clear it. When you came back to it later, you like Googled it, Narkowski? The ones that were unsolvable? Okay. Can I make it now? I think I was like randomly landing on the thing before while jumping. Yeah, okay. If you haven't played Tunic, I highly recommend it. Okay, let's see. There's a door down there, and I haven't finished that room, question mark? I have not. Exactly, one person didn't look it up, and it's the person who brute forced it. Yeah. That makes sense. I didn't even think about that. They just work backwards from the brute force solution. Makes sense. Oh, give my box back. Thanks. It's actually really... Let's be more careful. Take it slow. Okay. This is fine. It's a cool one. Okay, well, we just did that, so what's the catch? This is just a regular gold cube, okay. Sometimes the catch is that there isn't a catch. guess if I want the version of Fez that does all the things that I wanted to do, that game exists and it's called Tunic, so I don't need every game to be Tunic. But... I'm a little torn with Fez because I do feel like a lot of the things that I find frustrating could be adjusted without compromising the integrity or the difficulty of the puzzles or of the experience of most players. Okay, well, the bell has like a code on it. That numbers... I think I lost my screenshot with the digits here. I think that's an order, though. I'm just gonna see if I can Google it. It's just the unfolded cube, if I recall correctly. Unfolded counting cube Fez. I just want the picture. Yeah, that's the one I was looking for. I had it, but my computer did a Windows restart and I lost it. So it's this, right? And then I also had this and so the digits we care about here are that one, L dot. Where all does L dot show up? Here. I guess this could help me figure out 1, 2, 3, 4 if it's telling me the order 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops. U. Assume the U is 1 since it shows up first on the die. Straight dash is this, but rotated. Okay. So if that's showing me the box, I guess I don't know if it's following normal dice rules where the opposite sides of the dice have to add up to 7, right? Which means this would fold right, and then the face would match. This would fold to the bottom, which would make that 6. Be above, opposite this. I guess before I proceed too far with this logic, does this assume that you know that dice sum up that way, or does it not give a shit about dice at all? Because if that's not true, then I shouldn't bother going down that rabbit hole. I guess I could just... It would be relatively simple to brute force it. My theory is 1, 2, 3, 4. So I can just try that. Oh, it's not in order, is it? Because that would be bad. It's probably not right. No. Well, I'm still pretty sure that's 1. Let me confirm that this is the same as the die. 2. Okay, so I was right that that's on the bottom, that's on the top. Which means we have to standardize the rotation in some way, right? Now, part of the issue is that I've seen each of these digits rotated all 4 ways. So there must be a way for me to combine values here. This is all the information that I had. I think I just had this box, this guy. Yeah, so we have UC means something. And my mind's under, so someone can just tell me this. For this clue, is this supposed to be an equal sign? Or is this supposed to be the double white bar symbol? Because there is a double bar. I guess here it's in the negative space, but I've sometimes seen it in the white space. If this is equals, I could try to use this to figure it out. That doesn't make sense, though. U-shaped down equals U-shaped down. It's supposed to be an equal sign. Which of the symbols has rotational? Okay, so here's something important. I can rotate this. And as I rotate it, some of the symbols change their identity, but some of them don't. And there's different... Some are more degenerate than others, right? For example, this shape and this shape are completely degenerate in all four perspectives. They're the exact same shape no matter what. This one, the one I'm hypothesizing is one, is different in all four. Completely non-degenerate. This one is like half degenerate because here it's different, here it's the same, here it's different, but the same as stage 2. And this one I think is different every time. Yeah. Okay. So if I'm going to color code them, I really need to color code them based on how much that changes. Hold on. So we have red, I guess, is max degeneracy. Just these two. Also, this one is different every single time, right? Yeah. And then yellow is half. And then green is none. Okay, so we've got 6 digits here, but potentially just from rotating these, we have how many possible shapes is the question. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. So base 16 would make sense. Just index to 0 or 1. Don't answer that. So the next question is, does complexity go up? Does it go like 1, 2, this is just an example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, rotate, 7, 8, 9, 10, rotate, 11, 12, 13, rotate, 14, 15, 16? Or does it go 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And then 5, 6, or any other number of orders. Given the clues that I have, I mean, another problem with this is that I can't read this digit. Is this isn't 3 digits, right? Is this saying the sum of these 3 digits is equal to this digit? Because that's at least helpful. If it's saying the sum of these 3 digits is equal to this digit, then I know that this must be a rather large digit, right? Um, now, how is it possible? How is it possible that these two things sum to the same thing when those two symbols are completely different? Is one of these 0? So I'm operating on the assumption that this is 1, just because it's the first thing that shows up on the die in the default orientation. I guess it could also be 0. Let me try to figure that out. So if that's 1, and this adds up to 10, then these two need to add up to 9, and these 3 need to add up to 10. So what are other ways that I can get 9 from these two digits that would make sense? We doing a polarity thing here? Is it like high versus low digits, where the low digits are all rotations of the U symbol and the high digits are all rotations of this, maybe? This is interesting. So that means I could do this and it would be the same. So I guess I'm just a priori assuming that this is 10 because I want it to be 10 because then that's good for base 10 math, but it's base 16, so maybe it's actually 16. I don't know if I have enough information to solve this, y'all. Like, this is like, this puzzle's way up my alley, but oh, that link you posted, Taryn, and mentioned that this symbol is supposed to represent the 4th dimension. So is it 4? And this looks like the way you would dictate dimensions, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, or I guess 0, 1, 2, 3. These. I could try to look for more information about digits. Are these the only clues that I should need to completely put it together? The unfolded die, the die itself, and then these pictures from that room, or is there some other room that can help me to figure them out? Because I was able to figure out the alphabet, and that wasn't too bad. But if there's like some other piece of information that would help, I'd rather have that. Yeah, is there some other piece of information somewhere? I guess the bell itself is information. There is info somewhere. Okay. So it's a room I've already solved that has more info. Maybe took a screenshot of it and lost it due to Windows Update. Can I... Does anyone have a picture, maybe a link to a page that has just that image on it to see if I can... I'll still try to put it together from there. If I knew for sure... So this is where, like, Tunic is like, okay, there's a sign. It looks like a wind vane. Like, okay, it's northeast, south, and west. Cool. And it's like, there's no, like, well, also you have to rotate it by 90 degrees. And also, in this world, it's upside down world, so north to south, right? It's in the starting tutorial area. Okay. Let me try to do that. Thanks. Oh. Whoops. No, I'm not done with this room anyway. Okay, hold on. It's a true final door, presumably. No worries. Thank you for trying. Wish I intuitively knew my way around. Or could like fast travel from that map menu. See, I wasn't projecting the room there, but I guess I can use the teleporter. I think one of the things that Tunic does really well is it will take a 17-step complex puzzle, and at each of the 17 steps there'll be a mini puzzle that you only need to use one part of it for, which you have a little bit of that in Tunic or in Fez, right? Like it seems like that map candle room puzzle, this one, that you have to solve this one alone, and then there's a second more complex one, is unusual for this game. I think on average it just kind of throws you in the deep end instead of giving you a step to do with the earlier things. Keep looking here. I completely forgot this was over here. Just happen to not enter, I guess, or come back. Nice. Okay, this is helpful. Well, I know that's up. Don't assign digits. Oh god, there's assigning directions to digits now. Alright, what is that say in the Fez alphabet? I have it open on another window since you've seen me look at it a bunch of times and solving it. So that says... X... Y, Z... X, Y, Z. Thanks, game. So I guess this is another way to get codes out of things, right? Because this lets you find out that, like... Let me make a little section in my text file. Digit to direction indicator. Okay, so U equals up. dot with backwards L equals right. Double dot with line equals down. Supposed to be A. C A. Left, and then bifurcated equals LT, and right C equals RT. Okay. You just take screenshots of all these really quick. I think I described them in my text file, but at least this means I can do stuff with this on other screens, because this gives me, I don't need to know what the digits mean to know what the symbols are, what the rotations are, so that's fine. Making sure this room isn't... Oh, there's a puzzle in this room too? Okay. X, Y, Z. There's an order they want me to do stuff in this room. I don't know what that sign means. Do I have everything I need to solve this room right now? Some of this has codes on it, but a lot of that is nonsense, like the L&R pieces and the I piece. I can try doing like upright. Just doing the directions they show you in some order, right? So like left trigger, right trigger, up, right, down, jump, left trigger, right trigger. I forgot where it is in the sequence. Up, right, down, jump. No. If these are trying to convey an order of button presses, I don't see it on here. Oh, okay, thanks. Yeah, if I can't solve it right now without outside info. No, I'd rather just know I can't do this with what I know right now, thanks. It's just in here, wasn't I? Yeah. It's like they have the alphabet at the top. Factory room is the only room here that has a puzzle in it. Wait. Back of the fridge puzzle. No, just a coil. Jonathan Blow is like, felt a tickle on the back of his neck there. Oh, really? That was the room you were thinking of? All right, let me check. I don't think so. Right? It's just the alphabet. Oh, no problem. So do we think there's any more information in the game anywhere? I can try to solve it based on what's already been given to me, but it seems like it's like there's some kind of abstract. It's not like the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog, jumps over the lazy dog. I don't have like a Rosetta Stone type thing. I guess the cube is supposed to be that, but I can't even assume that the cube is supposed to be a die. If I could say, okay, with certainty, you know, the first face is a 1, and so the opposite facing face must be a 6, so that the opposite faces add up to 7. Then I can start doing something. At least one more hint somewhere. Any idea where that hint is? I don't know if like the names of the rooms are also digits. Oh. I mean, that is a combination of 4 digits. It doesn't mean anything, is the question. City zone. So maybe here somewhere. They're all letters, not numbers. Sad I lost a bunch of my screenshots. I should have saved most of them. It's my bad. Okay, so we already did these rotation codes. Hey, Calic, how you doing? So this counts as another classroom, right? It's showing us the cube. That's the same pattern from the room earlier. That has some digits on it, right? There's what I assume is 1. And then they get broken out. Is this 1, 2, 3, maybe? To show me the order, because it's going right to left, top to bottom. Let me think. Not consistent with what I know. Oh, that's so weird that we would immediately go to that symbol for 3, though. If that's 1, 2, 3, that's the most fucking confusing thing I've encountered. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. What? 1, 2, 3. No, that's not the same, right? No, it's flipped. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Wait, but is it correct according to my accounting cube, maybe. Because those get translated based on the cube being unfolded. Unfortunately, that's the side that I have in the unfolded version, right? Yeah. Oh. I could be wrong that says 1, 2, 3, but I don't know what other service digits would have on the screen. I'm tempted to just ask if that's correct so that I can start using that information to solve further things. Like, it's not so much that I want to know if that's correct. I just want to know if I'm going on a complete wild goose chase, because I could spend forever on the assumption that that's 1, 2, 3 and have it be wrong. Well, that's okay. If this is 3, hold on. Let me put some of these guys over here. Whoops. I feel pretty confident that that's 1. Okay. So that means that's 3 equals 3. 3 equals 3. So there's 2 different ways to write 3. So is it 1, 2, 3, and then 4 is, this is 4? What the fuck? Let me use a different color, sorry. Yeah, no worries. I'm just talking to the error. Not looking for an answer. 1, 2, 3. This is X. Might actually be 10, but if this is a sum, okay, then again, this is, you don't know from these rotations, so this is 1, 2, question mark. So we got 3, 5, and 5. If I'm right. But, okay. I guess this makes sense. These both sum to 5, so this digit must be 5. I guess is the point. 2 plus 3 plus something. 1 plus 4 plus something. These must be... Can I say that for sure? I think so. That's only if this is 10. I guess I could assume this is 10, proceed that this is 10, without having any evidence that it's 10, and see if it fails later and adjust it later. So if these are both 5, this must be 7? Okay, I think a logic is starting to emerge then, because if this is 5, let me just pull one of these out really quick. Is that the right way? Okay, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Please be right. Please be right. Fuck, it's not right. Oh, God. Okay. I don't understand how this is true. Why do we have 2 different digits that represent 3? Is this shape... How does this shape get transformed into this shape, or vice versa? Do we just happen to have multiple ways to draw the same shape? Is it... Is it like overlapping the U on the C, perhaps? Oh my god, I think that's it. Fuck that. Holy shit. Okay, so let me see if I can articulate. Well, I don't know that that's right. I have one piece of evidence that suggests it right, but I can't be sure yet. But the reason I think that's true is I think it's saying that if you overlay 1 on top of 2, you look at the space that is in common between the two, and you get the L shape is the same in common, and the dot in the top right is the same in common. But then this part doesn't exist, right? So to prove that, because I believe that this is 5, then in theory I should be able to well, what's the rule though? Can I overlay any of these shapes and get 5? Like if I put 4 over 1, I mean, I can't put 2 over itself, right? But I could put 3 over 2 or 4 over 1. So I guess I'll try it. That's 5. Okay. This is kind of cool. This is ridiculous, though. It doesn't work if you do it with 2 and 3. So there's not like some kind of universal... They didn't come up with some kind of genius universal system here. So does everything derive from 1? Is that what we're saying? It's weird that the shape is that. So let me see if I can get 6 to come out of this, right? So it would have to be... I can't get 6. I can only... The largest digit I can create using the 1 is 5. Is it like 1 plus 2, 1 plus 3? Let me see what 1 plus 3 looks like really quick. Oop. So that's promising, because that is one of the digits that I have on my... Yeah, it's this guy right here, right? So if we assume that double dash is 4... Hold on, let's do... Need to delete all my bullshit here. 4, 1. Do I know the little L on the right with the dot? 5. Okay, so we need to find... We don't have 2 on here, do we? I'm really worried that 0 is included in this. And I don't really have any way to test for it. So if we do 1 plus 2, that works. 1 plus 3 makes sense, although I can't confirm it 100%. 1 plus 4 works. So now that we're done adding 1 to things, can we start adding 2 to things? Is it like 2 plus 3? No, that's... I already have 2 plus 3, right? And that shouldn't be right. Did I just have to jump to the next largest number? Oh, that really seems wrong, though. Would that be 6? We've already established that there's multiple valid ways to write digits, which is terrifying. 3 plus 4 give me 7. Fuck, it does. Okay. So maybe this doesn't actually ever break. Maybe every possible way of writing 2 digits on top of each other. Well, 2 of the digits between 1 through 4, any possible way of overlaying on top of them always gets you new valid alternative ways to write digits. So if that's true, doesn't that mean that 2 plus 3, that this is also 5? It might be. Okay, I need to make a new document here. So let's start with the basic shape. I want to be able to do this like systematically so I can make the adjustments really easily in the future. What are the most complex digits I've seen? Like, can I summarize this as whether or not one of 9 different spaces are filled in or not? Maybe I can just do it like that. How big is the square that I made? 80 by 80. Let's do... I can think of them in terms of different colors, like possible positions in a 3x3 box that might help me. I did something like this for Tunic. It's wild that the numbers seem like they're way harder than the alphabet in this. Like maybe they cared more about that. Okay. Let me make the background black here so that there's some easier contrast. So my theory... Oh, really? So we think this is 1. And we rotate it. So 2 is on the right. We want to see wherever it's possible for there to be 2 different depictions of a digit. I'll account for that. Okay. I feel pretty confident about this based on the stuff I've already done. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, as far as digits that can be written multiple ways, 1 can't be written more than one way. 2 can't be written more than one way, because I can't layer 1 on itself. But I can layer 1 on top of 2, and if I layer 1 on top of 2, I need to delete whatever's... So Is that the only one that's a problem, or is this strategy might give me some trouble? How did I... 1 second, sorry. We have to look at the gaps they have in common, which I can't achieve as easily with this way of doing it. So I think actually what I have to do, instead of layering it like that, I have to go just take you. And if my thesis is that this is going to be 3, so I have to take this guy. Yeah, that's a good idea. Oop. Is there a way for me to like... The difference? Okay. But I want the opposite of the difference. Is one of these the opposite of the difference, coincidentally? No. The problem is it's going to show me I'm not pulling the gaps here. All right, I have another strategy here. Let's do... Oops. Yeah. So instead of just leaving blanks, I'm going to fill in the blanks as black. I think that'll accomplish what I'm going for here. That's why it worked with the actual shapes, because I was pulling the physical background before, right? Oh, I need to put those on the right. Here's... Okay, let's try this again. So doing that... And then setting this as a lower opacity so I can tell if something needs to be deleted on a lower tier. Even just make it a really tiny opacity just so I can see it at all. So I wonder if difference works here without me doing anything else. Or... Oh yeah, multiply works then as long as it's black. Okay, cool. I think I understand why. Okay, so let's just keep this layer as that then and see if this continues to work. So 1 plus 3, or 1 plus 2 is 3. I don't think I have any other way to make 3. 4, I should have several ways to make 4. And by several, I mean 2. So there's the one I already have, and then there's 1 plus 3. So let's go... Let me make sure I mark my multiply layer so I can remember. Text. Oops. 2, 3, 4. What did I do wrong? I did something wrong. Why did that work for this one, but not this one? Because I didn't fill in the black. I didn't fill in the black for all the shapes. Okay. So if I have that in place, let's make the actual background gray so I can tell that I've done that. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Now I'll be able to tell if I fucked that up. Cool. Okay. I think it'll start to work now, and I should be able to compile this more quickly. Multiply. I think that's right. That seems consistent with the die shape that I have. Okay, and so I don't have a default way to write 5, but I do think I have at least one way to write 5 that I've learned so far using my building blocks here. Or I should have 2. So I can do 1 plus 4. Let's keep them equally spaced from each other here. I will save this image for next time. This is probably going to be the rest of the stream. It's 4. Oops. Multiply that. And then 2 plus 3, if I'm correct, could also be that. This has to break down at some point. Like, I don't think I can just freely add these shapes and get multiple different valid symbols, but maybe I can, and I'm going to find that out. I don't know. Okay. Those can both be 5. That seems crazy, but okay. Let me keep expanding here. Oops. Really? What's happening? This is happening. There we go. Okay. Oh, it's like a weird thing when you expand it. It wants to like fill it with white space instead of transparent space on the back layer, whatever. Okay. So 6. I can get 6 by adding 1 to 5 and 4 to 2. So let's try 4 to 2 and then see if 1 to 5 just produces a nonsense shape, since 5 is already an added together shape, which is what makes me worried that this isn't going to work. Okay, that tracks. That is a valid shape that I've seen before. 5 to 1, I'm really worried that this is going to be nonsense, but I guess it's such a weird way to do it, to like have every possible way of writing a digit. Oh shit, I need to be careful here because I need to get this whole thing. So I need to make a new, Jesus Christ. What's the easiest way for me to do this? I guess I can merge the layers temporarily and then I just have to remember to unmerge them. That's the raw version of that. Copy merged. Okay, thanks. There is. Thank you. That's very helpful. Does it just merge everything if I do that? Like all my layers? I've never had to use, I've had to use a couple of these like interesting layer options before, but never multiply before. It hasn't happened to come up. So 1 plus 5. Nonsense? No, that's not nonsense, but it's also not helpful. I think what I need to do is I need to now have, oh, hold on, what else is in this shape? Let me add them over here just to make sure I don't have like a weird layering problem. So if I did this, yeah, it's the same problem. So I think that means that I can't add those together. But what's the rule? I need to think of a way to state the rule. Are there multiple ways to write 6? And if there are, I guess I could just try to get one way to write each digit, but I'm not going to be able to go past 7 if I can't use my higher digits. Unless if I'm allowed to use one of the other versions of it. Like, can 6 either be this or this plus 2? Oh, that'd be fucking weird. What's the significance of this? This is a way to write 4 that it is the sum of 2 other digits. This is a way to write 4 that doesn't require a sum. This is a way to write 5 that's the sum of 2 other digits. This is a different way to write 5 that's the sum of 2 different digits. This is the way to write 6, the sum of 2 different digits. If I tried to combine the other 4 with the only 2 I have, I just want to see if it produces a unique shape that I've never seen before. Kind of what I'm going for here. So I think I can do this. And then merge temporarily, copy, do. Okay, that is a new shape that I do have. In fact, I think that's a shape that's on my die. It is. So if that's a valid way to write 6, I still don't know what the rule is. Like, I don't know why I can't add 1 to 5. There must be a reason I can't. I can add it to 2, I can add it to 3, I can add it to 4. And then I can no longer add 1 to anything. I can add 2 to 3, 2 to 4. I think I already tested adding. Well, how did I get 7? Did I get that over here? I think I did. But I think we got 7 with 3 plus 4. All right. I don't need to go really far. I think I only need to get to 16. I mean, I'm guessing it might be able to count past that. But I can probably start solving puzzles if I can at least even get to 8 or maybe 10. would be nice. 7. Yeah, that tracks, I think, right? That is 7. Okay. So last time I tried to create 6 using just straight up 2 plus 4, and then I did 2 plus 4 alternate. So can I do 3 plus 4, 3 plus 4 alternate? I don't know what makes 4 special. Or even if I'm already able to get more than 2 variant ways of drawing something. Maybe nothing makes 4 special. I don't know. Okay. 4 special. Oh, maybe the question is just it counts as another valid way of drawing it, provided that it doesn't degenerate to another number that you've already got. Because I think if I move this over, this just gives me 4 again, which is pointless. But maybe there's some other way to draw it that doesn't do that. Like 6 plus 1. That's so annoying, though. If that's the answer, that's really fucking inelegant, and I don't like it. And basically, what I'm trying to do here is to get as many unique shape combinations as I can possibly come up with that don't degenerate to a digit I already have using these 9 coordinates. Oh, that 6 is wrong. I have to be really careful about that. Sorry, I'm having copy paste issues here. Copy, undo, paste. Okay. Probably be easier to just draw this shape every time and then like manually figure it out instead of constantly trying to overlap them like this, but this lets me avoid making errors. Oh, I broke the 6. Thanks. I did, you're right. Thank you. He says as he just said avoid making errors. I need to like save a version of this as it is somewhere because I'm pretty happy with this. Just so I can sanity check later. Yeah, that's a new digit. I like how the negative space, you can kind of start seeing the Tetris shapes in here. That's cool. Yeah, great. After all this. So, I hate this, but and what I'm worried about is that what I'm about to state is technically true, but it's a less elegant statement of the actual rule that does make sense and is mathematically elegant or whatever. I think what it is that you can combine any 2 shapes that sum up to the digit, and so long as the resulting shape is non-degenerate, i.e. not a copy of a shape that we've already established at a lower like number, then it can be an alternate identity for that digit. And that's probably true at the same time as the actual real explanation, but it's something that will let me brute force my way to the solution. Let me keep going to see if I can get to 10 here. So 8, I can do 7 plus 1 or 2 plus 6. Oh shit, right. Put that in. That's degenerate with 6, so that can't possibly be right. So not 6, whoops. 1 plus 7. Guess I could also do 5 plus 3. Is that new? I think that's new. Okay. We'll call that 8. And I can do 5 plus 3 also. Actually, I think this is going to be one that I already know. Oops. It's the same thing. Okay. So it's possible that we're getting too complex now and we can't state new digits with multiple shapes anymore, that we only can have this one and they'll all resolve to this. But I guess I can keep going 9. So I had good luck with 7 plus 1. Let's try 8 plus 1. Well, I guess I can just look at it and see if it would do anything new. Basically, if the black spaces overlap completely, it's fucking pointless, I think. 7 plus 2 might actually be okay. I think that's something new. Do this wrong. I did. Hold on. Sorry. Yeah. So that gets us our right, up, left, down. I wonder if that also correlates with the directions from the school, because that would be kind of elegant if it did. Save those somewhere else. I can save those on a different monitor. Oh, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna be so mad if they don't. You can see the shapes inside of it. That's 7. Not 1. Okay, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Let's move on with our lives. The negative space. It's not the same thing. I don't know that I can get another shape. I think at this point, this is as complex as I can get. So I'm hoping that I can get the window box shape for 10 then, somehow. And in fact, 9 plus 1 does that for me, doesn't it? I think it does. Yeah, because, okay, so something I never noticed about the digits before, but I'm able to see now because of using black for empty space, is that the empty space must be at least 2 squares long. And it must, well, yeah, it must be at least 2 squares long, and it can't touch the diagonals. I think the diagonals are always pure in every digit I've ever seen. Which means that there are only so many possible shapes. I kind of hate that there are 2 different ways to write all these digits. It's inelegant. It's elegant that you get them by putting the other 2 shapes on top of each other, but I feel like this makes it extra hard to get to the answer, right? It's kind of like the minor inelegance of collapsing Q and K in the alphabet, right? In order to get it to 24. It's fine. It's still it's very pretty. Tunic's alphabet is so fucking cool that my standards are impossibly high. No anymore. Yeah, we did that thing with Fez, but with no compromises. I think there may be arguably one compromise in all of Tunic, and it's that they spell the word West as WES instead of making an explicit "t" sound, so that the nice weather vane can have one symbol on it, right? There might be a couple other little aesthetic situations like that, but it's pretty rare. Although I think even though that looked aesthetically cool, I think that would have been a great place to put an explicit hint for the player, because if you saw that there was an extra... Perfect. That's exactly what I want to see. Okay, I think we've got the answer right here. Let me save this. As digits. And I'll put this on another monitor so I can use it. And I'm assuming I don't care about any other digits. I hope that's true. If you were to have the extra phonetic sound in the Tunic sign in the wind vane, it would really help somebody using that as a Rosetta Stone like I did to be 100% certain about it. Okay, so I know my digits now. Have them saved on another screen. That's 1, 2, and in fact that is 3, a different way of stating 3. I think I've done all the codes in this room already, right? This one says it's solved. Nor E, West, South, yeah. Since they all have the same abbreviation, that's true. That is, elegant. Not to shit on Tunic, I think that game is perfect. No notes. Actually, I don't think I want to go in any of these rooms. Okay, try going back to the factory room in the town. We're at time, but I want to try to use this information I just spent so much time on, so hold on. Oh shit, I'm going the wrong way. Damn it. It's all the way... No, it's the tall middle entrance to get to the town again. Tunic is just like this, actually. Okay. That is cool, yeah. Which room is the factory room? Not that one. Okay, so let's see. That's 3. Write them down. 3. Just doing it on another monitor here. And then that one is 6. And that one is 2. And that's 1. And that's 5. That's 7. Okay. And then that is 4. We didn't have any repeat digits in there, right? 3, 6, 2, 1, 5, 7, 4. Okay, so I can get that to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 1 is up. 5 is right. 7 is down. 3 is left. 2 is right trigger. 6 is left trigger. 2, 3, and I get my 4 is jump, I think. Okay. Okay. Up, right trigger, left jump, right, left trigger, down. Fuck. Up, right trigger, left jump, right, left trigger, down. I did something wrong. Shit. Okay, hold on. Unless if there's some annoying, like, inferred rotation about all this, which would make me scream if it were true. Or if the code needs to be entered somewhere else, which would also be infuriating. Does the code get entered in this room? I guess I still have a symbol that I don't know what it is. Code is in this room. I don't know what that empty square is, but I guess I could assume that it's 0, not 11. What the fuck? What did I do? Apparently I input it by accident. So did I have the right idea? Was it just looking at the digit associated with each shape and then pressing the buttons in that order, or was there some other shenanigan to it that I screwed up? This room's completely done. Okay. I don't know what I must have done, like accidentally wrote something down wrong or something. Oh, was there an 8th sign? I want to go back. It's about time to wrap stream, but I want to make sure I understand this before we end, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 instructions. Which one is the 8th instruction? That is digits. Well, it's partially digits. Some of it's nonsense. I'm right that that's... the one behind the boiler. Like in the wall? One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's like on the wall behind the boiler, it's supposed to be. I don't see any other... I don't see an 8th symbol in here behind the boiler. Somewhere cheeky like that. Under the table, maybe? Yeah, I must have just kept putting it in and then accidentally put in the 8th code right at the very end. But I want to find where it is before we wrap here. Is it on the ceiling or the floor, maybe? There's minimal things that are actually, like, obscuring anything when you rotate here. The only other thing I can think about the cheeky one is that it's supposed to be, like, derived from that big one or from, like, the skull image or from XYZ. I don't know how XYZ would get me something. Online sources say it's behind the boiler. Y'all start to see it, let me know. It would be digit 8, right? Oh, I think I might see it finally. That one? Behind the boiler, towards the door. Wow. That's really well hidden, because, like, it looks like that one right there on the front of the boiler if you're rotating quickly. In fact, it's the same rotation, which is extra mean. Like, if they wanted to make sure you would see it, they would, like, put almost any other symbol on there, right? Okay, cool. Thank you. I'll get myself set up somewhere helpful for next time. So I feel pretty confident about my digits having solved that puzzle. Is my understanding of it correct, or is there a less stupid way to describe it? Like, did other people figure it out by simply layering them on top of each other, or thinking about the negative space they have in common or something? Or thinking about the negative space they have in common, so long as doing so doesn't produce an already established digit? Screaming, 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 screaming. Yeah, what's the simpler way? Four lines drawn in orthogonal directions from the center of a square. Yep, and I got the 4 basic digits, yep. Clockwise, their values are 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yep, I'm with you. Meaning you can put an additional like pixel out in each direction, right? So the center has to be filled no matter what. So you have to go, you can go up 1, you can go right 1, you can go down 1, you can left 1. You can go down 1, or you can go down 1, or you can go right 1 and up 1. You can go left 1 alone, or up 1 and down 1. So how do you get to the other values then? Like, what you're describing makes sense, but do you just figure them out through correlation with in-game stuff, or do you do like an overlapping thing? Which of the 4 edge pixels is darkened? One's bit, a two's bit, a three's bit, a four's bit. So can you explain why? I don't have an example in front of me, but there's certain sums that don't work because when you put them together, it creates a digit we already knew. In your statement of the rules, how do those get ignored? If that makes sense. Okay. Okay. Yeah. 5 is 1 plus 4. You can't make 6 by doing 1 plus 1 plus 4. You can only use each line once. Okay, I get it. That makes sense now. And it just also happens to turn out through just the beauty of geometry that with the shape format they've gone with, if you try to use the same non-degenerate digit more than once, that you get a shape you've already seen before, which you could then throw out. That's how I got to it, but that wasn't the right path, I guess. Okay. That is elegant then. I like that. It's really interesting seeing how much I struggled with this versus how like quickly the Tunic language just flowed out of me. Because like I think in language, I don't think in numbers as much. So it was harder for me to wrap my head around this one, even though it was way fewer like symbols. I think actually having to deal with fewer symbols made it more complicated. I imagine this puzzle is tricky from like a hindsight bias perspective because now that I already know it, it's like obvious. But before you know it, it's much more difficult than even trying to do letters or phonetics or whatever, because you're like, okay, well, what are the digits? Is it like 0 to 5? Is it 0 to 6? Is it 1 through 4 because of the... Is it 6 because of the cube? Is it 16? Is it 32? Is it 100? Who knows, right? So I wish if the game were able to bound it for you somehow and say, look, there's only 10 digits, or there's only 0 through 10 or whatever, then I think I could have started from a more rational place instead of just kind of brute force them together. Referring to 2 as C and not line to the right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. No, this started to read. It made more sense to me once I switched it to black to represent the negative space and was staring at that instead of staring at the filled in blocks around the way. It doesn't help that I guess the game keeps drawing them either with dark space or with light space to mean the same thing, right? Anyway, this has been fun, folks. I hope that wasn't too miserable to watch. I had a good time with it. Still enjoying Fez. We'll probably keep doing this. Like I said, I don't know that I'm going to commit to doing 100% of the cubes, and I might start asking more and more for help as we get further and further into it, just so we're not doing this every week for a long time. But it's a good time. And if you like Fez and you haven't played Tunic, okay, back with more Fez post-game. Let's see where we can get with it today. Find places I haven't finished yet, so I'm still not done with the waterfall face. I have no idea what to do there, to be honest. Also another path through there that I didn't finish. Try to find. Done with the lighthouse, yeah, and everything beyond the lighthouse. Well, not everything beyond the lighthouse, but... Oops. Misclicked. Confirm this place is done, though. Yes. Okay. It's like anti-cubes are really annoying. Especially since you can like reset them out of the game. I guess it'd be one thing if they were just always there after you had a certain number of cubes to make regression more annoying, but... Okay, so this room by itself is not done. And in addition... I'm going back to the 8-bit room. Something I'm missing there too. Once we change the water level, which I don't think there's any reason for me to ever change the water level back as far as I can tell. Here we go. Okay, so there's an exit from this room that I didn't find last time. I'm understanding that right. I think I left here early accidentally last time. Okay, this is the room we never got to, and it's a tuning fork room. Do you remember how to solve that? Left, right, 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 left. Left, right, 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 left, right, right, left. Okay, straightforward. Sweet. Okay, I don't have to come back here, which is nice. I like Mega Man block puzzles. And I like 8-bit dark room sequences. I don't know if I like the two of them together. Hell out of here. Okay. So, still have to do this room, which I guess we can be fairly certain the solution is not a door, because I don't show any doors that I haven't found. Oh man, I have no idea what it could possibly be. Got this whole like bird cage looking thing. What do I do with first person? There's like a cloud that casts a shadow on stuff here. Same regardless, right? Possible for me to be inside the cage. That's not very helpful. Probably going to be open to a tip with this screen, because I think I've been on this screen several times and haven't been able to find out what to do. I guess knowing whether I should be able to solve this without information from another screen would be helpful. I already did the thing that was on that obelisk. Shit. Like in the sky or something, right? Not like a significant pattern. Oh, here we go. Okay. So this is similar to the P pattern from earlier. I don't know if I already have the treasure map for this. Don't think so. Those are both hidden platforms. And I'm missing 3 treasure maps. Okay, let me make a note about the room at least. As.text. Okay. Waterfall. Crying room. At top, look down, first person, white box pattern. Probably requires treasure map? Question mark? Or something from a different room that I haven't found yet. I think every other exit from the waterfall room is completely done. So we'll call that a dead end. Okay. And we'll try to head back to where we came from. Try to specifically check the map for treasure chests, right? Because that would be where I would find maps. What exits do we have here? We've got... And maybe do the bell puzzle now that I know how to read it. What this is. Oh, but there is a chest in this room. I don't know if I got it. Oh, this is the one I was just in, right? Okay, just confirming that all the rooms leading off of it are donezo, which they do in fact appear to be. Here's the bell room. Okay. So, in theory, I can do something here that I couldn't before. It's a couple things to do from this room. Okay, so I spent most of last stream figuring out these digits. That's 10. Okay. Right, so that's 10. That is 1. That is 6. And that is 3, I think. Yeah, I think that's right. So is it just a matter of ringing it that many times? So 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3. Ten. Okay, I'm glad that worked. I was going to be really upset if it didn't. X never, ever marks the spot. Okay, so that path is completely nothing. So we got to find the path with the tree. I don't know if the tree was one of the ones that we said that I can't do. So we'll find out. This seems right. Yeah, okay, so this is, I need to make a note of this in my document. I need to have all of the anti-cubes to do that. And I guess all the regular cubes, which I haven't found yet. So let me add that to my notes when I'm trying to track down places. And I'm going to keep forgetting which ones are dead ends. Dead end, tree from bell room, requires all cubes to enter. And I assume that that's the only thing to do in this room other than that. Then there's a room beyond it that we don't know about. I think other than that, there's nothing that branches off the bell room that I give a shit about. Really confusing the way this is laid out. Makes it seem like there's actually 2 rooms here. Okay, I think the bell room is in fact... I could spin this whole thing, can't I? It's cute. I assume there's going to be some puzzle that uses the significance of that in some way. Okay, so... could go back to the warp room. Try to go to interesting places from there. The Game Boy area had a bunch of stuff I didn't finish. this room itself. I currently have no keys. I have one key. Okay. Oh, it's cool. There's no darkness if I look in first person. Also, the game seems to pause. Oh, yeah, another QR code. I need to, like, get him out of the way of it. While on my phone. Okay, I see what it was, but it's right trigger, left trigger, right trigger, right trigger, left trigger, left trigger, left trigger. Really? Oh, is there a different one on each of these? That would be really annoying. Let me try to take a screenshot of it. It's like the light radius is perfectly bad. Okay. I don't know if that's going to be good enough. I also just want to see if it's a different code on the different sides. Can I also just look at it like this? I don't know if that's actually going to be easier. That is easier. Okay. Well, I don't know if the angle is like going to cause a problem. Get out of the way, guy. My phone still makes sense of that, even though it's at an angle. Apparently. So that's the same code as the one I just scanned. Right trigger, left trigger, right trigger, right trigger, left trigger, left trigger, left trigger. Honestly can't tell if that's different each time. Maybe there's only two that are the same. That's been the case before. That looks like the same code to me. Yeah, obviously I'm looking at it from different angles, but... You sure that is in fact still the same code? Okay. Making sure that it's the same every time. So do they just want me to put it in 4 times? I mean, I guess that could be it. So right trigger, left trigger, right trigger, left trigger, left trigger, left trigger, right trigger, left trigger, right trigger, left trigger, left trigger, left trigger, left trigger, left trigger, right trigger, left trigger, right trigger, left trigger, left trigger, left trigger, right trigger, left trigger, right trigger, left trigger, left trigger. Oh, it's not just put it in 4 times. Do I have all the information I need to solve this puzzle in this room? Maybe I have to do it on top of this thing. It would be very silly. No, that's the code I just put in. Nothing on those things as far as I can tell. I have no idea. I could Google this if nobody happens to know. I'm just trying to know if anyone knows if I need info from another room to solve this, or if the QR code is the right answer. Need to scan it one more time just to make sure. Yeah, right trigger, left trigger. No. That's the code I get when I scan it. Oh, Google Podcasts are gone now? Shit. Your Google Reader. I guess the problem is that it's like, hold on. Maybe I'm not getting the full code. So when I take a picture of it on my phone, I get like a little ellipsis at the end that says it's not giving me the whole thing, and then it's just Google searching it. So let me try to copy and paste the Google search string. Maybe it's giving me a code for a different room. Okay, yeah, this code is longer. That was the problem. Thank you, Google. Yeah, so it would, maybe I can take a screenshot and post it later, but in my camera it would show the code and then there was like a ... So you click on that and it takes you to a Google search. And because Google is trash now, the top result is a different code than what you just put into the search query, right? Okay, well that's done, that's good. I think the thing I need to do here is find another exit that I haven't taken yet. What other exits are there from this room? That was a good door I haven't been in. Oh, come on, game. Okay, does that mark the warp room complete then? Still no. Okay, well I got stuff to do in here. What is the point of that? Another exit from this room. I see. Okay, so get a picture of this. We've learned these always rotate the same way, so this, so that's, oops. Pull up my text file here, fez.txt. Okay. So that is right, up, left, down, A, left trigger, right trigger, A, I think. Right, up, left, down, A, left trigger, right trigger, A. It's so lovely when it just works the first time you put it in. Whoa. Spooky red room. Virtual boy. Left, left, right, left, left, right, right. Left, left, right, left, left, right, right, right. Left, left, right, left, left, right, right, right. Yeah. Got a lot of tuning fork rooms. I feel like the tuning fork is maybe the simplest rotation puzzle. It'd be great to see those sooner. There's a couple of exits from this room to care about. Okay, so touching those blocks kills you. Got it. Thank you, skull sign. Shit. I think the goop is coming up all the while. That's kind of annoying. No. What's happening here? No, there's a code I'm supposed to know in this room or something. That's too bad. Oh, I remembered I was here, though. That's nice of them. Oh, I see. Cute. A really mean thing to do would be to have one of these have a door randomly in the side of one of the walls while it's climbing up. Oh, the door. Okay, I think it stops. That's pretty straightforward as far as anti-cubes go, I guess. Okay, that shit's all done. That's good to know. Okay, so there's another exit from this room that I've yet to find. It's not the virtual boy room. If it gives me a preview, it means I've been in that room before, right? We have an easy way to get over there from here, but I think that's where I just was. That's what the platform's for. Okay. I do kind of wish that they had some kind of like unique thing by the door so you didn't have to physically visit the door. You can like associate it with the virtual boy room or whatever. Here we go. Get a map, please. Or a key. I'll take a key. Okay, so the warp room's done. Anything else in Game Boy World? Yeah, there's still shit in Game Boy World. Okay. I need to find where that is. Oop. Can't tell if that's right. It's really hard to tell in the Game Boy World. Okay, just goes back Samurai Bean. That looks right. Okay, so now from here, there's only one exit, and that's where we need to go. Here. Okay, so there's a cube I haven't gotten in this room. Couple cubes. Exit I didn't try before, or didn't find before. This is a blessed dead end. I love to see them. Good. Don't like having my progression stalled by not having enough keys. That's always a good thing. Okay, so there's another cube in this room and an exit we haven't found, which might be everything. As high as we can get from there. Okay. It's hard to tell when I'm allowed to climb on pipes. I think it's based on whether they're light green. Oh, I see. I don't know how that's possible with this gunk. Guess that's how. So the cubes are authored such that traversal is always possible, even if they're on the screen, right? This is it. Possible if annoying. I wonder if the trap here is that, like, doesn't say you deny yourself the door. We'll try and... Oh, you don't deny yourself the door, but you deny yourself the cube. Okay. Well, let's do the door first. I have to leave and come back out manually anyway. Watch there be a warp on the other side of this. Just try not to use it. Oh, there's almost certainly a warp up there. That's fine. Hooray! Okay. Alright, there's a singleton cube in here, and I have to drain the swamp a little bit for. Game Boy World completely done? I think, in fact, it is. That's very, very good to see. Okay. Take this warp now, thank you. Good. Places that are done. done places. Main warps. Main cube warp is 100% done. Behold. Okay. So what's we got here? Sorry. Okay. All right, tons of stuff that I haven't done here. Bunch of exits I haven't found. Probably just exits is the primary issue. That's one. Hello? Are those doors always shortcuts, or do they ever take you somewhere you otherwise haven't been to before? I think they're always shortcuts. Okay. So there's still an exit I haven't found from here. So the digit 3 is printed all over the place here for some reason. Whoops. Still regular cubes to be found here. Ow. So okay, we still have a regular cube to find in here. Do I have an exit as well? Yeah, there's still an exit also. sure I didn't like just skip it. This is about to be annoying. That wasn't too bad, actually. Oh, that's pretty cool. I like that. So we got a chest here and a cube. Finally finish. Okay, so chest. Oh, I'm glad that thing goes down on its own. Okay, so we got another map. What's with this one? Okay. So that says I've got my alphabet here on another monitor. You see me tab to it a million times. B, C, E. Oh wait, no, I gotta do it. It's C, because then you get right to left, top to bottom, or top to bottom, right to left. So C, U, B, cube. It's just the word cube. Okay. What the fuck? Something to do with a chest. I think they've established that that symbol in the bottom left is the fourth dimension symbol. Somewhere that looks like that with a door on one side. Okay, so it's showing you invisible platforms needed to get up to a chest that's up in the sky somewhere. I think I understand. Next time I've been an inaccessible chest, I'll look at that, see if I can figure it out. Here's our exits. Okay, so that previous room is done. It's good to see. This reminds me of a room that was infuriating me earlier. Could not figure out what it wanted from me to save my life. Okay. So done. That room is done. There's stuff to do branching off from it. Okay. Okay. So we gotta find that room, that room. That might be the room that the treasure map is referring to, actually. It looks like it is, so. This one has an exit that I haven't found. So it's not that exit, because that room is done. It does lead to another room, right? God. Trying to make sense of this is very frustrating. That goes down to Game Boy Land, which is done. Okay. Like this would be really simple without the annoying bullshit right there. Warp pipe, it's very cute. I think I still have garbage in the same spot as before. Resetting it didn't really help me very much there. Which I have to like rotate instantly and it's already like too late. Okay, don't fuck it up now because I don't think I can recreate that. 3-0. Not a pipe I can jump on. Got it. I think the whole, like, areas get covered with anti-cubes the further you get into the game concept is, like, an elegant idea for increasing the difficulty, but I think in practice it's just kind of irritating. Like, the game's already... It's hard enough. The platforming being easy is kind of a welcome thing about it. And usually the dark cubes killing you isn't even that big of a deal. Okay, so that room's done now. Good. Oh boy. Okay. Does this pillar even have any interesting... I guess there's a ladder on the top. Can't see it from where you're rotating. Oh, that's a little confusing. I think I get what they're going for with it. I can still take advantage of it, though. I'm not allowed to be climbing if I can't physically see the ladder that I'm on. Need them all to face this way, but because that one's all the way in the front, that's not possible, right? So if it was the other way, would that work? We still have a problem of them blocking each other though now, right? Because now I have the exact opposite problem. Yeah. That's tricky. So I could do that, but it's not terribly helpful. So how do I then get to the third one? It's a matter of rotating and then like jumping at the appropriate time. Well, not like that, it's not. Guess it could be... I don't think these are close enough to connect though. I don't think I can reach. Yeah, no. That doesn't help either. So, what, if anything, can I do about this? If I'm on this one, I can rotate. Careful. I can jump such that it's... Oh, well, that works. Okay. Calculated. That room will be considered done once I open this door, presumably. Yes. Okay. Got mini cubes and big cubes. There's a lot of stuff in this game where it's like, oh, isn't that cool? Kind of a cool machine, like cool art. And then sometimes the cool machine is like a brutally difficult puzzle. Okay, so I think that room is what my treasure map is pointing me to. It's that room, I think. That room's done. Just finished that, so we got the windmill room isn't done yet. Everything beyond the windmill room is done. Okay, I can go in there. The windmill is like a recognizable enough landmark. It makes me wonder if there's a clue to what to do there in a different room. Oh yeah, this fucking room. This room is really annoying to try to traverse if there's gunk. Okay, so there is a windmill puzzle in Tunic. I don't think I have any treasure maps for this. Can I solve this room just from this room, or do I need information from somewhere else? If there's something written on the back of it, I guess. There's a yellow spot there, but I assume that's a glitch. Nothing on the floor up here. Guess there's arguably shapes that look like directions on the windmill. Kind of like the equivalent puzzle in Tunic. Yeah, that could be a direction right there with the way it's cut out. That could be a direction at the top. That could be a direction. This is the only one that doesn't have a direction on it. Guess maybe the yellow dot is supposed to exist to give you the perfect facing. Screenshot when it's in front. Right, so we got oh, it's much harder to see when you're not in first person. It looks like up. Right trigger. If it's that like the holes in the the windmill occasionally line up and give you a code. That would be like completely insane. I'm trying to see where that could be or make sense. There's nowhere for that yellow to line up that is guaranteed to be our forward facing, right? Anyone familiar with this game? I have two questions. One, does the windmill puzzle require first-person view at all? And two, does the windmill puzzle require information obtained from a different screen? You can kind of make out what looks like the wear pattern seems to be like that on purpose. There's one entire blade of the windmill that has nothing on it. The solution's related to the day-night cycles. You have to like stay here long enough for it to transition. Owl. We have said that the owls are supposed to be significant in some way. Left, 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 down, down, right, right, left, left, right, 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 left, left, right, right, left, 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 left. Turn shit. Wonder if it's just a combination of left and right, and I don't have to count how many times it bounces. Really thought the animals were significant for a while and then got disabused of it really early. I guess there was the... So down, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Left, 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 down, down, right, right, left, left, right, right, right. Left, left, right, right, left, left, left. So do I have to count every time it bounces? I can go back and look at the FOD or something for it to come back. It's really hard to tell what it was counting as a step there. I talk to it? Okay. Alright, well, gotta wait then. Do you have any gaming topics? How's that Starfield game? I feel like it requires a very specific gaming privilege. Privilege in this case not meaning like having money, but just having access to a wealth of amazing gaming experiences that you can look at any Bethesda game and be like, meh. I don't have time for that shit. But there's still these like huge expansive games. One guy is still dead. That's funny. I don't think I'll ever be able to fully explain my feeling on Bethesda games, but like a lot of people share it, so it's not like it's an abnormal thing. Oh, they did the Separate Ways DLC? Yeah, I heard about the Cyberpunk DLC. I heard that it like comes with a bunch of fixes to the game too. Maybe it's time to check that out. I'd be interested in check it out after Witcher 3, I guess. Like, unless Witcher 3 explodes with content, we're probably going to beat it way ahead of the How Long to Beat, even doing all side quests. Didn't hate it, but don't particularly want to go back to it. That's interesting. Something like Elden Ring, as soon as that DLC comes out, I'm going to windmill slam the buy button and get on the schedule ASAP, even though I haven't touched it in a very long time. But yeah, there's certain games where DLC will come out. I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of over it. I don't know if I can bear to boot my save back up. I'm really excited about Baldur's Gate 3 being good. Larian's such an interesting studio. Oh, cool. Oh, sweet. The Elden Ring art book. That game's great. I want to see more artistic collaborations with like that. Just fly a dude out and have him shoot the shit with you for like 4 hours. Just make up some names and leave. Use that as a creative scaffolding. Hexahedron, octahedron, dodecahedron. For sacred geometry. So that's 6, 8, 12? Oh, it was just getting the information? Wow, so can I like not get it again once I mark the room complete? That's weird to put a hint. Have that mark your completion. That's an interesting point, Silver. Yeah. I think I've made this point before that a lot of what's on offer from the open world is just the raw gimmick of the open world, right? They're like, wow, this game is like, before this game, games used to be really small, and now games are really big. And like that, there's a lot of gas in that concept. I think that players can take that pretty far and have a good time with it. But at some point, once the like novelty of it wears off, it's like, okay, well, is it good that it's big? Because I don't know that it's good that it's big. Yeah, I would agree with that. Okay, so we know. Pretty sure that's what that's referring to. There we go. I've never gotten an anti-cube in one of those before. I didn't realize that was the thing that could come out of chests. Maybe I have and don't remember. Okay. Starting to look pretty gold, so that's cool. We have entire layers that are completely done. It's very nice to see that. And we have layers where we're missing a lot of things. Okay, so I think I need another treasure map to figure out the waterfall puzzle. Yeah, I'm pumped for that too. Any more 2D Zeldas, I won't complain. I think every exit from here is basically done. Okay. So a hexahedron is just a cube, right? Oh, really? Thank you for just letting me know that. So it's another day-night cycle thing? Yeah, that's wild. I noticed it on the bell stage, but I thought it was because it was naturally progressing as I was ringing the bell or something. There is a white thing here, like earlier. It's only visible in first person. Alright, let's take a minute. I don't mind long games. Some of my favorite games are pretty long and have a lot of content in them, but I think you can tell when a developer feels like they need their game to be open world, or when they like get a little bit too excited about their scope too early on and then they can't really bail out of it. I think scope creep is pretty universally bad for video games. Outside of a couple games that are effectively about scope creep, like Dwarf Fortress. Oh. Leaked emails from the head of Xbox saying AAA games are in trouble. Son of a bitch. You're gone by the time I get over there. I swear I'll scream. Many are one. Many are one. One is many. Okay. Thank you. I would never in a million years, especially since there's no prompt when you stand next to it. I understood that there was significance to the owls because of the owl statues. But then it looked like it was like standing and doing a little dance where it was like facing left and right and then occasionally like crouching to give you a code. I guess scope doesn't always necessarily mean like size, right? Like you can have a game that has nothing to do other than run around a big empty map, and that has a pretty low scope compared to a game that has a million fucking mini games and side things to do. Okay, so we can't go to that thing because that is the exit. So we need to get up to wherever the here is. Bunch of stuff I haven't done off in that direction. That involves finding... I guess I could just warp here and work my way back down. So that's the dark blue sky. This. I don't know where they are. Okay, so there's an exit from this room that I haven't found. This is the area with the extremely cruel QR code in progress that does nothing. Oh, really? There's just a regular cube in here somewhere? Not cool. A couple of them, actually. That's pretty neat. Okie doke. Nothing in here. Yeah, this room shows is done. I don't know if I have to put the code in here. I guess if it's done, it's done. I don't have anything to do there, so. Still an exit that I haven't found from here. Long search is over. Okay, I'm always very happy to see the hub rooms done, because there's a lot of shit to keep track of. Don't want to sit and translate that message, but I'm sure it's interesting. That's cool. Nice. That's so weird. It says it's done, but there's an exit from it. Now it seems to suggest that there's a secret behind the bookcase. Can't go in the fireplace as far as I can tell. Is this like a code or something? We have to like gather information from all the places that are pictured on the wall here or something. One of them is this place. So is there like part of a code outside? Doesn't look like it. I don't see anything in first person. That seems particularly exciting. Yes, please. Did the paintings have any significance to solving the puzzle? So I can completely solve this room without leaving it? Oh, I think I see the answer. Okay. So I think it's that there's like a code. Hidden in the negative space of the books. But it's really hard to say which parts count, at least the way I just took the photo. Do I need first person to solve this, or can I solve it without first person? Some of those look like they could be part of a code, but some of them definitely look like they're not. The shape's not clean enough. Just trying to stare at it to see if I see anything. Have I already said anything to put me on the right track? Like, obviously it tells you there's a door right here, and I've tried to do it, but nothing happens. The oldest library in the world is in the city of Fez in Morocco. No kidding. Whoa! Jesus Christ. Okay, so yes, it was just open the door, apparently. It's fucking stupid. Mentioned that the picture showed that there was a door there, and I was trying to get into it and it wouldn't let me. To press X and up instead of just up. There we go. Okay. Haikus, not epics. Find the tome artifact. Oh God. Okay, so I'm not going to translate all. If anyone would look up the translation for this, I'd appreciate it just to save stream time. I do have all of the alphabet done. That is a gigantic letter P. It's a hi-hat. A. E. A. E. B. U or V. B. It's lore. Okay, thanks. That's kind of cool. Sure. What's the significance of the giant letters, though? Wonder why that room marked gold when it clearly wasn't done and had an exit even. Seems like a bug. I mentioned the sacred geometry thing. "64-bit name of God." YHWH. What's the significance of the gigantic letters then? That one runs out. Oh, Jesus Christ. Maybe Metatron. It's really strange. I've never had such a, like... Revulsion's not the right word. I'm like repulsed by the idea of putting ARG type secrets in a game that is also quite tricky and able to be figured out reasonably by a single person. I shouldn't mind. I love ARG stuff. I think that shit's cool as hell when people figure it out, but something about putting it in this game and then not ever really distinguishing it from stuff that's like reasonable for a person to do. I mean, I guess that's part of the art, and I should be okay with it if only for that reason, but I don't know, it really bothers me for some reason. Crazy 3D clock up here. Makes sense, yeah. Metatron. Clue. And a clue for this somewhere else? It's weird. Don't know if I just did something on accident or that's supposed to happen as soon as you start rotating it every time. I think it's good art, it's just... Yeah, that's good. I guess the problem, though, is it makes it harder to get all the cubes because you don't know if what you're looking at is a cute ARG thing or something that actually matters. Clock has stopped now. Did I, like, accidentally solve the clock? Did I, like, have to rotate the thing at exactly the right moment? This room still doesn't show as solved. I'm not sure why. Yeah. I think it's completely fine that ARG stuff exists in the game. But if I weren't streaming this, if I wasn't able to ask y'all for guided hints, like, I would have given up on this a while ago from I just don't know what is actually supposed to be a thing that I can do and what's completely unreal and unreasonable. I think all you have to do is just use a different frame. Use a frame that means, hey, there's still something here, but we don't expect you to do it. Right. Be fine. I'm gonna look up what the hell is up with this clock room because I think I accidentally solved it. I don't know what caused the clock to freeze. I just got an anti-cube suddenly. And I guess this could be mapping to digits. They could be mapping... I don't think that's a real clock face. y'all just want to tell me what's going on with this room, feel free. Block didn't freeze. Man, I thought Jonathan Blow was a dick with that slow-moving cloud puzzle. Holy shit. Alright, so like... So I happened to be in the room. I was in the room for at least a minute, so I was in the room long enough for the second hand to freeze and for that cube to trigger. Yeah, that's good, so I don't have to actually wait days or weeks. Okay, hold on. So... Yeah, and like that's cool. I like the secondhand clue being the clue for the others. And it's like most of the frustrating puzzles in this game make perfect sense once you already get it. But I don't know how you're possibly supposed to know what happened when you came in the room and got an anti-cube and one of the faces was just frozen, right? Like to me it just looks like it's bugged. I mean, I guess maybe the minute's hand is slightly moving, but I can't tell. Anyway, so to adjust date and time. No. So is it based on when I first entered the room, or is it based on like actual times a day or something? Hourly. Glad the system clock works at least. Wait, red's supposed to be hourly? Assume it's based on the minute. Oh, okay, blue is hourly. So I overdid it then, if I'm understanding correctly. This is kind of a cool puzzle, but it's kind of a cool concept, but I don't even think this is like a Fez walk so other games could run type thing. Like I feel like I played other games that have done like one shot does shit like this in a way that's clearer. Okay, and you see the blue one, it doesn't just freeze, it disappears. Okay. So green is daily. Okay. Certain time in the day rather than within an hour. So it's jumping the day ahead will help me with the weak one, but not with this one. So I gotta try 7 p.m., I guess. Good enough. Okay. So that has to go ahead by a couple days. Too far. I don't know how precise it actually is. Okay. Fun concept, fun concept. I think the secondhand thing could have been understandable. I don't know how else you would do that room. Yeah, that'd be great. It's because the information's gone once you uncover it. I would agree. Yeah, I thought I did like a mistake. I thought maybe I like put in a rotation code by accident without realizing it. Because like that's a reasonable thing to happen in Fez. Okay, so I have to find that room, and then there's a room beyond it that I haven't done. And a room beyond it that I haven't finished. I don't know, it's very torn, because, like, on the one hand, you can make your art whatever you want your art to be. You can make it as accessible or inaccessible as you like, and in fact, I think the ability to make deliberately inaccessible art is beautiful, and that's some of my favorite experiences have been experiences that are deliberately inaccessible, like Cruelty Squad. But I think something about Fez violates what to me is a very basic principle of the medium, and that's the understanding that the the audience consuming your art is not in your head and cannot be in your head, and so you have to find a way to get them in your head. Like it's like a exercise in empathy, right? Is what I find so compelling about video games. And the connection that I always make, no matter how obtuse or strange something is to be like, once I figure something out, I'll be like, oh, I see how that makes sense, or I see how I was supposed to arrive at that. Even if I sometimes get stuck and don't get it, it's not that I have to be able to solve every puzzle, but once I know the solution, it's nice to be able to go, okay, I understand how that was supposed to be arrived at. But most of the puzzles in this one kind of make me feel like, oh, I guess just was supposed to be in Phil Fish's brain for that one again, right? It's like... This is definitely not... I think I compared it to... It's the most elaborate Mario Maker level of all time. That's the only other games where I've played a level and felt that way. Like, oh, they're not helping me get on board with understanding their project. Looking it up and being like, that's neat. Yeah. I think I would be completely fine with it if it was made abundantly clear that I wasn't supposed to get it. and that somebody got it later. It's interesting. I think that the witness did this, but it did it with like the little video clips and audio clips and things, right? Which aren't material to you being able to interface with the game itself, which is able to be played blind, and the majority, if not all of the puzzles are able to be solved by an individual. Even the really, really brutal ones are still, they're like doable, you know? You've just not been in this room before? But then you have this element that's like the assorted video clips and audio clips and like references to media that was meaningful to Jonathan Blow, and apparently Jonathan Blow was very hurt that people didn't like resonate with that at all, that they only resonated with the video game part of it. And it's like, because dude, you're not presenting it in a way for me to get it, right? Like, I understand that this is a really cool video of this guy walking across an alley trying to keep a candle from burning out. Like, that's a cool video. I like art house films like that, but you can't just like put it in there and not connect it to anything, you know? And this game feels like the video game mechanics equivalent of that in some cases. Shit, I forgot how I got up here in the first place. I think I got up here originally almost by cheating. See if this gets me close enough, it might. Not quite. Yeah. The Crafty's rainbow joke from the Looker is fucking incredible. I love the Looker. I think the Looker, like, allowed me to be at peace with the witness, finally. Like, it's clearly, it's made out of love for the game. It's not shitting on Jonathan Blow or saying that he sucks or anything like that. But it is kind of like closing the book. Getting everyone to agree, like, yeah, this is pretty silly, y'all. Okay, so there's an exit here that I already did. Something else here that I haven't solved. Does this room require external information from somewhere? I don't think I have. I mean, that kind of looks like a throne, but... Not sure I know what those mean yet. This one's done. Squid throne room. Oh dear, I think once I'm up here I can't get back down. Oh, let me... Thanks, game. I think you could make a deliberate game that was about this phenomenon of the player not getting it right and being frustrated. But a lot of it is, it seems like it's formatted in a like, well, this is a thing that I'm clearly meant to get. Try it. Fez. Squid statue room. Yeah, that's the room. It's another fucking giant owl secret. Ah, okay. Let's wait. I guess it's an interesting, like, it's always an owl. Interesting philosophical debate. Can you use the excuse it's the art, bro, to make bad art. Probably yes. Like it's the you slam the nihilism button somewhere eventually if you try to break that down too far, but I think that's what it was difficult to come to peace with The Witness for me, is that like I don't think the story aspect of the game, I don't think the audio logs and the video clips do a good job of emotionally impacting the player other than to frustrate them. And frustrating them clearly wasn't the intent, right? Especially if Jonathan Blow is so hurt that people didn't get it. 13 circles. Oh, 13 wrong. $64-bit name of God. Maybe they are doing Metatron. I don't know. Putting the environmental... So, like, I think part of Jonathan Blow's point in The Witness is that none of this shit matters, right? You're doing this for its own sake, right? The fact that I put a puzzle in the environmental video is to fuck with you for thinking that any of this matters at all, and that's what the whole clip after the credits is, with him, you know, waking up and trying to do puzzles in his house in real life. Where it's like, hey, I get it, man, I get it. So if it's in a way like making fun of you for trying to do the puzzle in the video clip instead of just immersing yourself in the video clip, right? That's cool. I get it. I know what he's going for with that. Like, can't you just appreciate the art that I'm showing you instead of trying to turn it into a game mechanic or make it matter? But I don't think he elegantly gets that point across through the rest of the gameplay, right? It works in a couple places, kind of, but... So there's an exit that I haven't found from this room. Not this, right? Oh, I guess it was. Okay. Telescope. Like, I don't think that Jonathan Blow is incapable of making a elegant artistic point, because I think the end of Braid really does that well, right? Like, the end of Braid, where it uses the rewind mechanic that it's been building for the whole game to establish that, in fact, the princess has been running from you the whole time, that you're the monster's not the ex-boyfriend, the monster's the new boyfriend. Fucking genius. I love it. It's great. It makes sense. It's conveyed without text, right? You can understand it while playing and think it's cool. And it's totally resonant with what's happened in the game so far, and it's resonant with the rewind mechanic. Yeah. So what are we getting at here? What's the point? Let's involve first-person view in some way. Do I need any external information to do the telescope puzzle? Okay, so there's like... Seems like a specific star is being called out there. There's an anti-cube solution and an ARG bullshit heart cube solution. Can I look at myself playing the game here? That would be kind of fun if they let you do that. Turns on your webcam or something. Can't interact with it when I'm behind it. Usually that the entire thing rotates when I rotate this. Yeah. I know what you mean. I guess if I'd sit in uncertainty with it for a long time, it made me feel uncertain. It made me feel something, but my gut tells me that art being bad you can't use that's the whole point of it. It's the art always as an excuse. Sometimes you can if people just literally didn't get it, but okay, so now I can actually see something. Seeing a red dot. Oh, is that the code? Maybe that's the code. Somewhere different now that I'm going to write it down. There's definitely some shapes on this that could be... I mean, there's A and jump, right? Or A, jump, right. Just do it at certain times a day thing. Right, RT, I gotta be quick here. Is the red light left RT? Is the red light the bullshit ARG puzzle, and the this code is the anti-cube puzzle? Okay. No, motherfucker. Okay, well. Is the bullshit connected to... They should have made this day-night thing a little bit faster, I think. Did it hint at it with this? I'm not going to try to solve it, but... Sequence of button inputs encoded in binary. Yeah, sure. That one's probably fine, I think, because like, or because it doesn't mark rooms incomplete if you didn't get the ARG cube, right? So you would come in here, you would do the puzzle that's obvious and move out, and then other people would notice a little red dot, like, oh, there's something extra here, right? Numbers corresponding to ASCII characters that correspond to the names of the buttons. The whole something makes me want to try to make a game that's about a developer who intentionally doesn't want to connect with you. I guess was it Beginner's Guide is kind of like that, sort of. The Beginner's Guide is very good and kind of wears what it's about on its sleeve. Beginner's Guide is like, it's completely fictional, but in the fiction of the story, the person making the levels was never making them for a wide audience to connect with or understand them. I think it affects me in that way more significantly than it does for other media, because, like, you know, you watch a movie and if you don't understand the movie, like, it keeps going without you. The movie will eventually end. You can keep turning pages in the book, right? But at some point a video game demands that you understand somebody else's brain to progress, to get to the next page or get to the next scene or whatever, right? So I think that empathy element is especially important to me. Yeah, that's an interesting point. It's frustrating. I can imagine in my mind abstractly a better version of what The Witness is trying to do. It's like the exact same game with the exact same puzzles, but it conveys what he's trying to convey more efficiently, or in a way that the audience can get. Okay, I think I have it. So I think it's jump, right trigger, left, right trigger, jump, right, oops, jump, right trigger, left. There we go. Just had to keep putting it in order until I got wherever it arbitrarily wanted me to start. None of the hard puzzles have anything to do with the central mechanic. Yeah. Oh, what's just the answer to the ASCII one so I can get this room to be marked complete? Screaming and crying and vomiting. Thanks. Just wanted it to be marked done. Oh, okay. Now it's gold. Yeah, I wonder if it was like Phil Fish was frustrated with the core mechanic that it doesn't produce that. Like, the puzzles it produces are interesting, but a lot of them are kind of brute forceable, which I could see him finding frustrating. Like, it's still very pretty to move through these stages and stuff. I don't think it feels shitty to play or anything like that, but I don't know if I can easily get down from that room, so I might try to find like a shortcut out of here or something. This room sucks even more to get out of. Okay, hold on. grab onto that, I think. Once you start falling like that, you can't grab things anymore, I guess. Keep you from doing what I'm doing. Yeah, it's not gonna work. I actually don't know how to get out of here. Just have to leave through a different door and then try to find an exit from there. Let's see, I can get through this one. It's not that bad. I really like the hidden right trigger, left trigger, button press, holy cross puzzles all over the place. I think that shit's really good, and it's done in a cool way where once you know to see it, you see it everywhere, right? I think it's kind of the point that, oh my god, this was here the whole time. That's so cool. That's an interesting point. Cheese this before. Get the hell out of here. That's a fine place for it to take me back to. Actually, almost an optimal place for it to take me back to. Okay, let me find that door. The horrible, mean, no good room. The how dare they room. Okay, so it looks like there's maybe instructions in some of the different rotations for this room. Oh, okay. I don't know what the order or direction is going to be. It's probably already it, right? So that looks like... Actually can't tell what that is at the top. Left, left. Left, left, down, down. Right, right, up, up. Left, left, down, down, right, right, up, up. Is it the Konami code? No. That's kind of cool that you have one that doesn't have any rotation. Still think I wish that the ones that require first person view, that those rooms were marked as gold, and then when you start New Game Plus they get unmarked as gold. But I guess they didn't want to give away the fact that there was a thing that you could do in there with the first person view all along and you had no idea. I wonder if that supreme bullshit solution of like the monolith is casting a 3D shadow is just because they were working backwards from the solution. If it just happens to be, it happens to work, but it's not actually what Philfish intended, that would be quite funny, I think. Because it's a simple enough pattern that you could come up with any number of explanations to get to the answer. Okay. Exit from here. There's a thing present in every room that requires first person to solve. This thing is kind of a like first person indicator. Yeah. Is it that weird square thing? So that's left trigger, right trigger, up, down. Here, up, down, left trigger, right trigger, jump. That's always present no matter what. That was backwards. Trigger, right trigger, up, down. Left trigger, right trigger, jump. Always that order, right? No matter what I do. Oh, is it left trigger, right trigger, right trigger? No. Hard to see the far. Jump, left trigger. Oh, maybe that's what it actually is. Maybe it's hard to see because it's from this perspective. The clearest I've ever had it. Jump, LT, RT, up, down, RT, jump, LT. That seemed right. Jump, LT, RT, up, down, RT, jump, LT. LT, jump, RT, down, up, RT, LT, jump. RT, jump, LT, down, up, LT, RT, jump. RT, jump. LT, up, down. LT, RT, jump. I don't know why this one's giving me so much trouble. It's pretty straightforward. Right. I don't think it requires further rotation. Up, down, LT, RT, jump. That's RT. I don't know what it is at the start. The start of it's kind of weird from this angle. Yeah, it's like, if you look at it weird, you can't make out the square at the beginning. LT jump. RT up, down. LT, RT jump. Okay, that was it. Some perspectives, I guess the square at the beginning gets washed out. I don't know how that's possible. Oh, I guess it's just an optical illusion. It is a square now that I know to look for it. Okay. Still a chest here I haven't gotten. This is probably a treasure map. I don't have all the treasure maps. Okay, I see. That's fun. Just straight up. At least that one's really clean. Oh, don't just give me a code. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Amazing. Google is so fucked right now. It always gives me the same result whenever you put in any combination of RT, LT. RT, 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 LT, RT, 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 LT. Be fun if I have to do it on this screen. That would be a cool little shenanigan if that's what it actually wanted from you, and I don't think that's right. One, two, three, one, 1, 2, 3, 1. That would be so cool if it then gave you something for that. But don't tell me you just want me to put this in every goddamn room. 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3. So there's just some room that does something in where you've exhausted every other possible option, I guess. Okay, so I'm gonna lock door. Fucking owl. You gotta be joking. I'm not gonna get down to it in time, I don't think. God, I need to get to that owl. Can't see what the hell I'm doing because of the... Point of origin, after and beyond. Okay, we got another one here. Oops. So that looks like right, RT, left, LT, left, up, down, jump. That was more straightforward. Now we have to find lock door. Oh, long search is over. Leave that room marked complete then. Yes, good. For every QR code puzzle, there's a corresponding not QR puzzle that, when solved, gives you the same anti-cube and invalidates the other one. So that you don't have to be able to read a QR code to 100% of the game. Yeah, because I was going to say, like, I'm not completely opposed to games requiring you to access external information to play them. In fact, I think that can be kind of fun sometimes, but it really uses the QR code trick a lot. Okay, so these have different codes on them, right? One, I think it's 1, 2. So this is 1. That's 2. This is 3. This is 4. So I don't think that means down, up, right, up. There's probably a room that this connects to. Can I like overlay this on a different map or something, the 4 of these in some way? To reveal something? The owl statue with tetrominos on the ground around it was the puzzle that corresponded to the QR map. Oh, but what would the QR map have done if I hadn't have solved that? Oh, I kind of hate that. Then you're sitting on this thing that you think is a puzzle solution that does nothing. That if you're really crazy and really trying to avoid Googling anything, you're just going to try in every single screen, and it will never pay off. Oh, if I had just put in the code anywhere, an anti-cube would have just popped in front of me. Oh, I don't think that's a good solution. I don't think that's good, actually. I think that's quite bad. Bill Fish. Shake my fist at Philium Fish. Yeah, right. He recognizes a QR code and then Google it. Oh, this is tracking all of the... So because I found the 4 owls that opened... Oh man, they put a gold cube behind the last miniature gold cube behind finding all the fucking owls. Okay. The owls don't seem like a normie puzzle. Like I can maybe see someone randomly accidentally pressing the B button, but the fact that they have no dialogue prompt when you're next to them. Oh, I thought they would at least be kind enough to repeat the shit they said earlier. I think that might be one of the things that Tunic does most successfully, is it is very keenly aware of which of its puzzles are normie puzzles. And then it has like multiple gradations of normie, right? Where like the most extreme on one end is your optional ARG towards the end of the game. And I guess like the golden path is like the most extreme thing they would reasonably ask a real player to solve. But the game seems to know where it is at any given point on that spectrum, right? And calibrates the current challenge appropriately. I think the thing a game like Fez is going for is that, oh my god, this has been here the whole time, and I only now recognize the significance feeling, which is really cool, and it's definitely here. Like, once you're able to read the LTRT puzzles, they're all over the place, and it's exciting to look for them knowing they were there all along. But I think they needed to all not be at otherwise incredibly conspicuous dead ends. I think having them just be, like, in the open is genius. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Okay. Now I can use the map. That's fun. 4 maps. So one is the room that looks like this. 1, 2, blank. Open, open, blank, open. This one. Blank, open, open, open. Yeah, that's right. So it's the southeast door. Okay. And then 2 is blank, open, open, open. This one probably, making sure it doesn't duplicate the first row anywhere. That's, I guess here through brute force you could maybe figure out the digits if you hadn't already. It's kind of cool that there might be multiple pathways to answering some of these. There's another thing Tunic does is it tends to give you multiple ways to get some of its answers. So, open, 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 blank. Door number 3. It's this one, right? Just make sure that's right. Yeah, true. All 4 open on the top, and it's the second door. Okay, phew. It's a good one. I can feel it. I can feel the cosmos. Cancer came scuttling back. Sure. Katamari Damacy. Ancient artifact. I feel like I was in a room earlier that had a skull in it. Several rooms, actually. No idea what the significance of this thing is, though. So one of them teaches you digits, one of them teaches you letters. One of them is a weird lore document that you have to read in 3 dimensions. I guess does it have the 3-dimension symbol on it? Yeah, I guess that's what that's supposed to mean. Wait. It'd be hard for me to find my way back out here. Here we go. That wasn't too bad. Okay, that was a cool puzzle. I like that one. Uses all your treasure maps and your understanding of the digits. Okay. I'm gonna get back to the warp room. I feel like this area introduces the idea of invisible blocks, so when you see them in treasure maps or later on, they make sense. Okay, so I have the skull artifact this time, but does that change anything? Be fun if it would rotate in real time while I was on top of that. I see a spooky ghost up there. Okay, so can I do something in here now? Did, like, getting the skull artifact let me do something in here that I previously wasn't able to do? There's 3 eyes on the front. 3 on the bottom? I don't know if it's supposed to have something to do with... Oh, I guess there's symbols below the skeleton, which are maybe directions? No, only one of them was... Like, I can see an up right there. That's an up, but the rest of it's just nonsense as far as I can tell. So it could arguably be a right trigger all the way at the bottom. There's a down there. There's a down. Up. Nothing unless if it's using a different pattern. Does every face have one except... Yeah, the pattern in the blocks isn't consistent enough for me to be able to be certain what's going on with there. I'm open to a tip for this one if anyone has one. There's a door behind the skeleton. But I can't access it, right? Okay, I'm gonna look it up. Bez Skull Room. Kitties, be nice to each other. These ones? What? Is he supposed to follow me? Looks like he's stuck somewhere. Hold on, maybe that's the problem. I didn't realize I could interact with those. I didn't get a prompt. Hold on. I think that hiding the prompt thing is not... You already have, like, hidden button press Holy Cross things, right? If I'm just supposed to trivially be able to interact with something, there should be a little X button or whatever that shows up there. Yeah, it was just a bug that he wasn't following me to comment on it. Thanks. So I wonder what the significance of the skull artifact is then, if any. Okay. All collectibles. Oh shit. Okay. I didn't realize I was that close. I thought I still had a million rooms to go through. Okay, so the all gold now? I guess so. So it's just this room that's not. I'm on my way to it. Unless if it's a different one. Bell. Yeah. Yep. I found myself there a couple times. I had to make a note to remember not to go to it. Little pyramid room. A heart. See how those are all the 3 bullshit cubes. Oh, is this just where you would get and you would see that there was something for you to do when you got in here, since it wouldn't be completed? Anything else to do in here? No credits? Thought I'd get credits again. Is there... Oh, go back to where the game originally ended. Shit, I don't think I have that marked. I was in the big village. I see. Really hoping it would take me right there. It's like via the... I was just there a little bit ago. I had to do a puzzle in the same room that it was in. Accessible through here. No, it was like a ruined purple place, unless if this takes me there at some point. Maybe this is it after all. Thank you all for the help with finding all of the secrets here. I'm happy to have done all of it because I think they were very interesting. I definitely, if I were playing this off stream rather than Google them, I would have gotten frustrated and abandoned it, I think. Long before realizing that some of these were even possible. So I think, at least in my case, playing this on stream is probably the only way I was going to see a lot of this content. This makes that indie game documentary much funnier now that it's Jonathan Blow, Phil Fish, and the Super Meat Boy guys. One of these things is not like the others. Guess that's kind of revealed in the documentary itself too, though. Celeste is a Super Meat Boy. What Tunic is to this game. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. You're welcome. Oh yeah, it didn't crash that time. Another cool trippy scene here. Oh, that's cool. You can keep rotating it. Pixels? It's the Tesseract thing. I do think these artistic sequences are quite effective. I like them. You just need Phil Fish and Jonathan Blow to make a game together. Jonathan Blow can be in charge of making sure that all the game mechanics are reasonable, if trollish or dickish. Hooray! Yeah, this was fun. I'm glad we went through and got all the cubes. I don't think that was blood from a stone, even though some of them were very, very, very frustrating. This is a good game. This is an important game. I think this is probably a really good example of more important than it is good, although I don't want to like shit on its quality because I do think it is still very good, and a lot of the problems I had with it are so mild. I think that's why it bothers me, where it's like, oh my god, you'd have to do so little to completely fix this. I think not just for me, but for a lot of players. I think if the map was just a little bit more reasonable about what the player should or shouldn't be able to do, because I think the fact that it's even there and tells you whether or not you're done with a room is almost like the dark side of that concept. Like, it's good in almost every other game I've encountered it in. Yeah, I'd agree. I think it's got some really clever ideas. I kind of like the idea of it having stuff that it's just like you either get it or you don't and you move on. That's fine, right? Like a lot more traditional non-video game art or art that exists in older mediums. That's kind of how it goes, right? You either get it or you don't. So maybe that's part of the objective. I don't know. I'd have to think about it more. I'm gonna add this to my mind palace room that also contains my complex feelings on The Witness, which I think is a fucking brilliant game that's like deeply flawed. In Lana Lana you get a thing, there's like 10 places you finally know how to solve. Yeah. It's great. I think that's the best part. It's like figuring out the Holy Cross in Tunic. But I think Tunic really did melt this game down into an ingot, right? It understood all of the smart things this game was trying to do and was like, okay, well, let's try that again. But this time, let's make sure that the audience gets it. I think the way that Holy Cross is just hammered at you from almost the very beginning, like it shows up on some really early manual pages, right? And you're like, what is this? And then like it intentionally misleads you. It makes you think that it's in the cathedral, right? And then after all of that, for it to just be like an old school video game code is like the coolest fucking thing ever, right? And it's similarly hidden in plain sight, and it similarly recontextualizes everything you've done to that point. I think that games like Outer Wilds do this too, where you're, you know, flying around the game world and you suddenly realize that, oh, that thing has been like a black hole portal the whole time. I had no idea. It was there from the beginning. That's wild, right? That shit's really good. I want more games that are like this. It's fun to see the genre kind of develop over time. I wonder if you can really call Fez one of the earliest ones. I think the games that have this sort of feature in common, the hiding in plain sight, information that recontextualizes everything you've already seen, I bet you can find some really old examples of it. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there were some like ancient, like Ultima style dungeon crawler type games in like the 80s or early 90s that were experimenting with some of these ideas and just not doing them in a way that was in any way accessible to the audience yet. But anyway, I had a good time with it. Thanks for putting it on there. Thanks for putting it on Main Plus Extras. I don't think getting the credits is sufficient in this one. It was fun.